Arrange. Pernah tidak? Hah? Tak berak dah pula. Pernah tidak berak dah.
Okay, um, so I'm just checking the the voice. Are you able to hear me? Hello, good morning.
Hi, sir.
Good, hello.
Can hear
Um,
you.
okay, very okay. I'm just checking. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good morning.
Hello.
Okay, good morning. Okay, now there is hardly four people. Anyway, what we can do, we need to start with them. We need to start. Let others join whenever they feel all right. So let us start with them. Let me first share my screen. Share my screen, and let me look up. Actually, oh, 1 minute. So what I do normally, we have already discussed. Already, I have shown you. Look, first of all, open your what is that? PowerShell with an administrative privilege. Then, uh, first thing, whether you use it or not, always use AI. I mean, activate your virtual environment, whatever may be it, wherever it may be. First, you activate it, then come back to your working directory. Currently, I just, for the sake of a copy that Jupyter notebook to this folder, my project. Actually, it is not. Actually, it is this. What it is, look up under the Gopinathan. This is in module 1 and advanced, and this is the one. This is the current directory, but for simplicity, I just copied the file which I actually required. Or what we will do, let us go back over here, because that is the proper way to do it. Okay, but already we have discussed about um, what you call now. Let me say, let me close this VS code for the time being, and let me go back to this the working directory. That is, what is that? Working directory. Where it is? This one. Okay, it's quite lengthy. All right. So, okay, I'm here now. From here, let me launch the code. Okay, code. Now we are set with everything. This is the file. This is the this thing, and let us select a kernel. By the way, always select a kernel I mean it your virtual directory. Okay, that is AIENV, AIENV, perfect. Now, we discussed all this stuff. Now we come to a part where there are different kind of file access mode. Look up. Where is our blackboard here? When you open a file, make it very clear. This is the method for opening a file. Remember, this is the method to create a file. There is nothing called create a file method in Python. When you open a file, if the file is there, it will be open to you. If the file is not there, it will be created for you. That is the fundamental Python concept of a file creation. Now, it is a small o. Now you see, this method, it is coming from your built-in library, built-in module library, like your print function, input function, type function, id function. These are all readily available to you just because it is available in your this thing. What do you call? Mm, built-in library. Now, when you open a file for creating or reading an existing file, and I told you other day, there are two ways you can. One is manually, you can do everything. That is, you open and you do the operations like read or do the operations. Then you close it. You close the method. You close the file you open because it is a resource. It should be properly closed. And remember, but instead of manual, you can work with a context manager called with. That is the most recommended way. You open it and do the operations, then leave it as it is. You don't need to close it. But let us get into something else. When you open a file, whichever may be the way, manual or with a context manager, uh, and by and large, 95% of the time, you will be using with. That is the recommended way. But in some places, you need to go with manual processing. Okay. Now, when you open it, when you open a file, you can do many operations like read a file, write into a file, both read and write, and append and replace all that stuff. For all this, there is a mode type is there. Mode. In what mode? Whether it is a read and all. So that is precisely we are going to learn right now. What are the common file access modes are available in Python? You will be using one of them at a time. Now, let us look. I created a table so that it is pretty clear. Look, mode read. I have written the consequence also. When you when you open a file in a read mode, remember this is the default. This is the default mode. It raises an error if the file doesn't exist. That I have shown you yesterday. When you try to open a file in a read mode, if the file is there, it will open for you. If the file is not there in a read mode, that Python won't help you because it is a read mode. file, if there is not there, how can you read it? So it will throw an error. Now, write mode, make it very clear. It is the write mode, W. In here, what are the options? When the file is there, it will truncate, that is overwrite. Whatever may be there, it will overwrite. When the file is not there, it will create a new file. If the file is existing, look here, when the file is not there, a new file will be created for you in write mode, and whatever you may say, it will be written over there. But if the file is there, it will open that file and existing content will be replaced. That is what truncate, overwrite with a existing one. Existing content will be replaced. I have all the things I have shown you. Now, if you don't want to replace an existing file, you can append. Look up. When you try to append mode, create the file. If it doesn't exist, write the data at the end of the file. Whatever written, it will start from there. That is append. What is exclusive? Look up. Exclusive creation mode. If the file is not there, file is not there, let me forcefully, exclusively, let me create one. And remember, if the file is already existing, it will end up in an error. It will end up in an error. You can try all of this. And if you want to, all the files won't be a text file. Some of the files may be a binary file, like image, like audio, like video. So how do you read it? It will be read by binary mode, that is B, and it is used along with read write A, that is RB, WB, AB. That way, when you are reading a binary file, you can read it with read binary, write binary, append binary, and all. Now, there is, by default, you are reading any file as a text mode. I told you UTF-8. UTF-8, that is encoding is equals to UTF-8. That is Unicode. That is a text file. So anything and everything by default you are reading as a text. That is the default. Reads, writes data as a text. That is the, by and large, you will be working like this. Now, update mode, read and write. There is a R plus W plus. Okay, you can use it. And there are many you can try based on your business requirement. Now, there is something called never use W, write mode, if you want to preserve the content, because it will erase everything, it will truncate, it will overwrite. If you don't want that, simply use append method. So existing content will be preserved. So for example, look, I'm opening a file called some date. That is the name of the file is some date.txt, comma X mode. That means exclusive creation mode. If this file is not there, it will be created. If the file is existing, it will end up in an error. If you want to try, you can. Look at, I don't have this file. Look at this, look at here. we don't have this file. Let me run it. Let me run it. Let me run it. Why it is not running? Why it is not running? Let me for a while interrupt, then restart the kernel, restart the kernel, restart the kernel. All right. Now let me open a file, and unfortunately, file is not there. So it will be exclusive creation. Okay. Let us check it. This file is not there. File already existing. Okay, I didn't see it. Okay, so let us delete that file. Okay, let us delete that file. Okay, the file is gone. Now let me re-look. Then file is by default, it will be created. This is exclusive mode. Now, exclusive mode. You know, you have seen it right now. Now you can write into it because it is exclusive. You can write it, and later you can read it, all that stuff. How do you read a file? Once a file is opened, of course, before reading and writing, I mean, before any file operation you do, you need to open the file. Whether it is manual mode or with a context manager with make it clear. Once a file is opened, file opening means you are creating a file. If it is not there, if it is there, then it will get opened. Use these methods to read its content. Look up. Reading a file can be achieved with a simple your the file object, whatever may be the file object dot read, which reads the entire content of the file into some variables. You can store it. Now there is a read n, read up to n characters or bytes in a binary mode, returns the entire file if n is negative or omitted. Make it very clear you understood the meaning. When you read a file, you can say, I want to read 100 characters or 100 bytes if it is in a binary mode. And it returns the entire file if the n what you are talking about is negative or omitted. You will get the entire file back. Read line means read read one line up to the new line /n, returns empty at the end of the file. It is reading one line at a time, and when it reaches the end of the file, it returns an empty string. There is nothing to read. That is read line. There is a read lines. Read all the lines into a list. Each element is a line, including the new line character. That is the difference. Read line, it is reading one line at a time. Read lines means you are reading all the lines, and whatever you read, it will be stored in a list. In a list. Then you can iterate or line in a file most memory efficient for large files. If it is a large file, better remaining in a loop, you read line by line. So example of reading a file in the R mode, read mode. There is a file called, there is a directory in my case, there is a data directory. In the current project, there is a data directory and which has got a test.txt. Let us first check it. Look at test.txt. Is it there? Yes, it is here. So these are the existing content of this file. So this will be read. this will be red, and by default you can use file. File is the you are opening it, not the context manager with you are opening it, and you can open with R mode, explicitly read mode, and you can read the content, let us say up to 55 character, or if you say minus n, that means entire file, or if you say read, that will be you are reading the entire content. When you say -1, that file will be returned. We can check all of them. Now print it. Let us first try with 55 characters. 55 characters. Let us run it. Look at this is the 55 character. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That way up to 55. SP. Actually, this is the content. This is the content. What is that? Test dot txt. Text. Where is that? Where is that? Text dot txt. So it will be, this is the 50 character. Let us make it 100 and see it. Let us make it 100 and see how long it will be reading. Let us say 100. Let us see how long. Let us see that. Look up. Again, it is reading. And remember, these are all empty characters. White space, it will take it as a character. Now, this is one. Now, let us make this one. Let us make this one command, and let us our old read method. We are not specifying n here, n number of characters or byte. What I am saying, just read and let us see how it will work. Let us run it. It will read the entire file. Now that you have already seen it, now let us go to content, this thing, the content. Here we are passing -1. So what we will get back, let us run it. Run it. It will be the same. It will be returning the entire file. So that you are storing in a content and printing, then closing. Pretty good. So you are clear with read line. We will use all of them. We will use all of them, read read lines and all. We will see it. Now you see, read the entire content of the file. This already I have shown it. If the file is not there, it will data.txt. Is this file is there? There is no such file. If you try to read it, oh, there is a data. Where is that data? Where is under the data, there is data.txt. Oh, this, yeah. Data.txt. Okay. Lorem ipsum dolor set emet. These are all some Latin word. Let us check whether we got it. That file is read. Yes. This is the lorem, blah, 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 all that stuff. Now, let us use them. If when you want to read a quite large files, always try to read with context manager. Simply read it. And here, look here. This is a different type of reading. Just pay attention. With open this file as an alias f, then you are seeing 4 line in f. In the file, if there are lines, you take first line, then strip it. Strip means remove the trailing new line, sorry, characters from the trailing. When you say strip, it will remove the leading and trailing new lines. And it will print line by line. Let us try to do it. And let us try to read line by line, and let us see whether it is reading. Look, beautiful. Same thing it is doing. But when your file is a huge file, always do two things. One, read with the context manager with, so that you don't need to close it. And whatever may be the reading, you do it in a while loop. That is more efficient. Now, read all the lines into a list of a file. Then look at, read all the lines into a list with open same file. And you are saying, look at the read lines, the entire line, the one line at a time, you read and put it into lines. That is a list. It is a list. You can print it and see it. Then it is a list. You can iterate over using a for loop. So for line in lines, you write each line. Here you can say write strip, or simply whatever, because I am just using the write strip because to remove any new line and white line space, if at all there. So if you run it, you will get it. Look at, this is the content of the entire file that you are reading line by line. And if you want to, if you put it this way, let us put one more line. This is a line, and let us copy these lines after one space. And look here, after one space, save it, then you run it again to see everything works. How do you do it? Look at, now let me remove this existing cell output. You read it, it will do the exactly whatever we have added, it will be done with. And here it is, look at, this is the content. But if you normally we work like this, with using with in a loop, that is the way to do it. So get familiar with it, how to read a file. Now comes, how do you write into a file? Because many a times you may need to do it. You may need to do it. Once open a file, you can read it. Once open a file, you can write into it. And the mode has to be W. By default, it will overwrite. And if you want to retain whatever may be there, you need to go for append. That means existing content will be retained, and whatever the new things you write, it will be appended with them. It will be appended with them. Now, in Python, writing to a file is done using the mode W. This creates, make it very clear, this line. It creates a new file if the file doesn't exist, and it will overwrite the content of the existing file if it, when it is writing into it. If the file is there, it will be created. If the file is there, it will be overridden. And then write method used to add the content. You can write whatever you want to write, you can say write. After writing, make sure to close the file if you are manually reading. Write doesn't add new lines automatically. That is what yesterday you have seen. It will be appended. It will be appended. Write doesn't add new lines automatically. You need to explicitly use new line, that is escape character slash backslash n explicitly. Now let us say writing to a file. Yesterday we have seen all these things. there is a file in the data folder python.txt. You are saying you append what? All these things. All these things append. And remember, whenever you write, except the last line, all of them has to have a new line. All of them needs to have. If you don't put it, it will be something, it is concatenating, and you close it. Look, first of all, let us see what is there in python.txt. There is a file called Python. Let us see it. Where is that? In the data folder, there is a file called Python. Python, py. Let us see. This is a new line. That is the only thing over there. Okay. Now let us python.txt. This is the existing content. Now let us write a Python. First, let us remove this. Remove the new line. It will be concatenated. It will be concatenated. Let us run it. Look, it will be returned to this file. Let us see. Look, everything is concatenated. Let us not write. It is not a good thing. Okay. Now save it. I removed that. Now you go back and you put a new line wherever you want. Existing line then comes, this is a new line. You can write it a new line /n and copy it, except the last line you put, because in the last line we don't want a new line. We do, it should be inside. Okay, now last line we don't want. Now you see the difference. Let me run it and let us see Python. Look, everything written in a new line character. This was the existing line. We have added 4 lines. Here we put a new line. Here we put a new line. Here we put a new line. We didn't put a new line because it is the last line. We don't need any new line at the last line. So it works. So you run it because I don't wait for me. You can run it because it's all with you. You just press this. Now, there is the file called output.txt. Let us check it first. Output.txt. There is line 1, line 2, line 3. Okay. What do you want to do? Let us output. Okay. Look, what we are going to do, let us open it with a W mode, write mode, and you write. W means this will be overridden. Existing content will be overridden with what? First line, second line, and there is an explicit new line character. So existing content will go and you will get the first line, second line. Then if you want to append, not overwrite, you need to go for A. So this line, third line, that will be appended, and these first line, second line will be overwritten, overwritten. Okay, these 2 lines will be overwritten. Let me copy these two. The first line and the second line will be overwritten and this line appended. This will be appended because look here, with your opening writing 2 lines overwritten existing, then automatically it will be closed. Then again you open with append mode and append this third line. So ultimately there will be first line, second line, third line. not the existing line 1, line 2, line 3. Let us do it. Let us run it and go and check here. Look here. First line overwritten, second line overwritten, third line appended. Beautiful. So let us get into another this thing. Writing multiple lines. Here you are writing one line at a time. Now it is the time to read multiple lines. How do you do it? Simple. There is another method called write lines. Write lines doesn't add separators. Ensure your list element include a new line. New line. That is your job. Write line don't put any separators. So let us put look up. There is a list called line 1, line 2, line 3. All of them has got a explicit new line character. So whatever it is written line 1, it will automatically go to the second next line. That is the meaning. So existing, and remember, it is a W. So this is the existing content. Where is that? What is the name of the file? Output. Where is that? This is the one. It will all go, and you will get a line 1, line 2, line 3. Let us run it. Look at. So it will. If you check it, you will get a line 1, line 2, line 3. Everything gone. New line came. Now you can play this line, you write it with no new line character. The escape character new line is not there. So oh let me comment this one and run it. Everything will be in a single line because write line method will doesn't have any separator by default. Now if you see it, line 1, line, oh, where is the line 1? It is gone. I'm sorry. Line 1, oh sorry, there is a line 1, there is a line 2, line 3, okay. Let us run it again. So it will be line 1, line 2, because there is a space. There is a space already here. Line 1, line 2, line 3. So as there is no separator, but there is a line 1, line 2. Actually, it should be like this, line 2, line 3. But in the case of the line 1, what happened? Let us check it. Line 1, this is because of this. Okay, now you see the right line. You look at line 1, line 2, line 3. Pretty good. Now, let me check it. If you have got, anybody has got any doubt, please write it over here. Please write it over here. I will attend. Now, let us go back. Writing multiple lines that you have done it. Now, you can use print statement to write to a file. Please read this cell and run it and tell me what you understood. Give me 1 minute. I will be back. Give me 1 minute. I will be back. I'm back. Hello, I'm back. Now, let us, how to use, it is also very useful. Look here, you can print means what? Displaying. So instead of displaying at the console or a monitor, let us write to a file. You can redirect the print statement, the print function output to a file. Actually, it is quite useful, quite useful. Automatically add a new line. You don't need to put a new line. Automatically, it will put a new line character. And this is precisely, I told you yesterday, every line for a logging, it will write one line. Automatically, it will go to your next line. Actually, we are using for print. And actually, it is a logging. Here I have just a written print statement. This is the thing what we are using for logging. But here, look at, there is a file called log.txt. Look at, you open a file log.txt. Let us see where is that log.txt. There, this is the log.txt. If this file is already existing. Now you open it in W mode. If the file, let us delete this file. Okay, I delete this file. Okay, now the file is not there. You open a log.txt file, create it if it is not there, and write it. These lines, what is that? Print line. And look here, this is the trick. Print whatever you may say, your string, and you are seeing which file, to which file you want to write it into this F. F is what? It is an alias that represent data slash log.txt. That makes the trick. So let us run it. File will be created. All the three lines will be written into log.txt. Check it. There is a log.txt. It is newly created. If you want to see it again, let us delete the file. Okay, you have seen it. Fine. Now, let us discuss about closing the file. It is a very big thing when you work with files, file handling in Python. Why it matters? Because when the fundamental is pretty simple. Look at, when you work with a file, when you are managing everything, opening the file and all, then it is your job to explicitly close it. You need to write to the close function towards the end when it is over. But there is another alternative, a recommended alternative, that is context manager with which you can open a file, do the operation, then you don't need to close it. The with will proactively close the open file. So let us, after completing any file activity, use the close function to close the file. This ensures that all the modifications are stored while cleaning up the system resources. If you don't close the file, you may experience problems such as file not being stored properly, running out of file handles in your software. So this is what it is. Look at, you open a file called python.txt in data folder with W. So if the file is not there, it will open. Then you write, this is a new line. And remember, whatever may be, the content will be overwritten. Then you are asking, is this file closed? It will say no. Then you explicitly you call the method close. You are closing the file and saving the changes. Then If you say is closed again, if the file is closed, it will return true. So let us see what is the content of the python.txt. Python.txt, where it is these 5 lines are there, blah, 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 all that stuff. Let us erase all of them and write this is a new line. This is a new line. If the file is closed, no, then you close it. Then if you are asking, it will say now the file is properly closed. Let us look at the content. Everything gone, everything overwritten with this line. Got it? So let us solve pretty simple. Now comes our savior. It is really a savior, the context manager with the statement, with. It is a real life-saving savior. You don't understand it right now, but in production, you will be forced to write with because always use with open to ensure what with the statement files are automatically proactively closed even if there an error occurs, so you don't need to worry. Why? With it handles the cleanup via Python context management protocol. I mean, internally it does. It call the enter method, exit method. We don't need to worry. Internally, it in the background, Python call all this exit and enter method, preventing the resource leak. Look here. There is a file called test.txt. Let us test.txt. This is the file. This is the file. Okay. Let us read it with R mode. File is already there. It will read the entire file because it is read lines. Read lines. It will read and put it in a variable called lines. You print it. You print that line. Draw a line. Then you didn't close it because it is a with statement. Again, you can reopen it because it is already closed. Because it is already closed with the already closed it. If you want to read it again, you can read it and read the lines again and write the content. Then, and remember, here there is no with statement. It is a manual. You need to close it. You need to close it. So look at what is there in test.txt. What we are doing, first we will read, draw a line, then automatically that with will close the file, then you are reading manually line by line, then you are printing it and you need to close it because it's manual. Look at this is you, it is this, draw a line, then you are reading and you are manually closing it. Pretty simple. Now comes our cardinal points. We are slowly getting into data science. In data science, you need to work with a different kind of files. In machine learning, you need to work with a different kind of the files. One of them, the most important, the file type is text file. By and large, you will be working with the text files. Make it clear. Or CSV file, comma separated value, or Excel file. You can read Excel file. So let us get familiar with all of them. You learned what is a file. What is a file location? You learned what is a folder. You learned what is a directory, how to create them and all that stuff, whether it is in Linux, whether it is in Windows. Now comes You know how to read a file, write a file, and all that stuff. Now it is the time. What are the kind of the files you will be encountering later? It is essential to understand the two main file formats in Python when working with the file. One is a text file. Typically, a text file ending up with a .txt extension. This file contains data in a readable format for humans to access it. You can also read it. Any text editor can be used to edit the plain text that they contain. The text files can be handled in Python utilizing the modes like appending, writing, reading, and the text mode, read, write, append, and lookup handles the line reading like new line, carriage return automatically by default. If it is a text file, let us work with a text file. There is a file called lookup example.txt. Let me check it. Where is example.txt? Lookup. This is the example.txt in the data folder. Let us work with it. And here, lookup. You are opening this file in the R mode, read mode, and you are explicitly saying encoding is equals to UTF-8. That means it is Unicode. That means it is a text. It is a text. UTF-8 means it is a text. Let us see it. And whatever may be the content you read using the file handler, then put it into a content, then that you do it in with context manager, and you write the content. Pretty simple. Reading a text file is pretty simple. Let me run it. It is now. Let me copy the same thing. Now let me put it in the next cell, and let me remove this UTF-8. Okay, you are reading the file without explicitly saying that it is a text file. You are telling you read the file as a text file in a UTF-8 mode, that is Unicode. Every character will be 8-bit. 8-bit. Okay. Now comes, will it run? Let us run it. Look, there is, let me remove this, then you understand. Look, this UTF-8, this, now you run it equally. That is what I told you. By default, it is UTF-8. If you, here, actually this is the best way, because you are proactively telling it is a, you read it in a text file mode, and this also work because by default it is a UTF-8. Now let us work with binary files 0 and 1. The machine language. What is the machine language? The binary 0 and 1. Look, unlike the text file, the binary file contains pictures, image, film, audio, computer programs that are not readable by human, like the files like dot bin file, binary file, or dot dat, dat, are typically, let me remove this, dat, this is bin, and this is dat file. Okay, now data file, they are all binary files. Python handles similar to the text file. Binary files will have the additional suffix B, means binary, or such as RB, read binary, write binary, and all. So you can use any of these: append binary, read binary, write binary, and all. It is pretty simple. Let us work with width. There is a file called bird.jpg. Let us see it in bird, where it is bird dot. Look here. This is your bird. It's a beautiful picture of a bird. It is not an original picture, but created. Okay. But what is the extension JPG? JPG. That means it is an image file. There are different kind of the image file extension. This is JPG. There is JPEG, there is BMP, there is PNG, there is a lot of other extensions. Now, how can you read this? Because this is binary. Let us try to read this file. Look at reading in a binary mode, reading in a binary mode, and let us read the whole file, putting into bird underscore data and print it. It is, look here, it will, this is your binary. Look at 0 and 1, that this thing. Look here. So you are reading a binary file, and the content, the binary content, you are writing. Now the file is closed. If you want to see it, look up. If you want to, you copy all these things. You copy all these things. Look up, and it will be automatically closed. Now you see, read, here you are reading. Now you say, you write into another file called mybird.jpg. Whatever you are reading from here, what is that? You are reading, writing into this file. Oh, here you are writing f dot write, f dot write, f dot write. What you are writing? You are writing this bird data, that binary. You write it into another file. You are writing into this file. You are not reading, you are writing into this file. Now you show me the, let us see, instead of printing, let me check whether mybird.jpg, a new file, is created using bird data, and let us see it, whether you write the bird data into this file, mybird.jpg, and let us see whether it will work. There is a my bird. Where is my bird? Let us see. It is got back. So from the binary, you read it and you got back your the bird again. If you want to write it, look, I can give you this code. Look, it is pretty simple. You read a file, get the content into this thing, and you print it. It will be binary. That binary, you write it into another file and create the bird with another file name. Pretty good. Now, let me give you this. All of you try it and make sure you have got the bird dot jpg in your data folder. So let me paste it over here, so you can run it. If you have got any doubt, you can ask me. Okay. Now let us move on. If you have got doubt, ask me. There is a concept called a cursor. Very important. Actually, this is very important in database also. It's the same concept in database and in the file handling. There is a file pointer. Simple idea, simple concept, the cursor. Cursor means, look here, cursor is this. Suppose there are five line 1. Okay, I copy this and I write line 2, line 3, line 4, line 5, line 6. Look up. When you open the file, this is a file. Let us say this file name is line.txt. Line.txt. When you say open line.txt in a read mode, your file pointer or a cursor, we call it, it is something like a pointer like this. Look here, a pointer like this. It will be at the top level. When you read the line, first line, this line will come over here. Okay, then it will read this line, this line. After reading this line, the cursor will come over here. So before reading any line, the file pointer or the cursor will go line by line. Before reading any files, when you open, file pointer will be here. When you come to the end of the file pointer will be here. So there is a concept of the file pointer. This is the same way in database the things will work. Python maintain cursor file pointer that moves as you read. Python maintain a file pointer cursor that moves as you read line by line. And there is a method called tell. It will return current position in bytes. It will return the current position of the file pointer in bytes. And there is an seek offset comma when is equal to 0. We will discuss. If you want to move your cursor, look up what is all this? It's all manually. How do you traverse while reading a file? Look, when you read it, it will be line by line. But if you want to jump it to some other point, you can use all this tell. It will tell you where it is currently. Then seek, if you want to jump into some other, you can. So let us work on it. Look up. Useful for rewinding. If you want to read backwards, you can use rewinding and parsing the structured file or implementing custom log readers. Let us look up. There is a file called data.txt. Let us get that file. Data.txt. Look up. This is the file. Okay. Now, let us read it with, look up. When you open the file, your file pointer will be here. Before in here, look up here. It will be actually at the top, file pointer, cursor. Now, when you say F, you are telling, hey file, tell me where you are. You are calling the tell command, tell function. It will say 0 because you are at the starting. You haven't read a single byte, a single character. You are file pointer by default at the top. That is why tell will return 0. Then you say read 50, or let us make it 100. Let us make it 100. You read 100 characters, then you tell where you are. It will say where it is. And then seek 0, go back to the top level. Then read again, that you print it, it will print the first five characters again. So let us make it 100 characters. Okay, 100 characters. So basically, you are open a file and asking where I am. So it will say you are at the 0th position. Then read 100 characters. Tell me where I am right now. How many characters I have already read. Then go back to the first seek. Go back to the initial position. Then tell me, then you try to read it. Then if you want to tell, you can put one more tell. You can put one more tell. How many characters I read. So let us run it. Look here. Initially, it was at the 0th position, 100 characters I read, and now 100 characters I read and gone back to the you are seeking, you are rewinding to the first position, then reading 100 characters or make it a 200 characters and write. You tell how many characters, it will say 200. Let us run it again. Look up, it was 0, then 100 characters, then rewinding, going to the top and reading 200 characters and telling I have read 200 characters. It is quite useful when you work in file handling. So there is nothing I need to tell you, just put this statement, it will be all right. I'm not sharing this code. You have got the code, only thing you need to write it. So you tell me how this is useful. You look at, when you want to read backwards, when you want to read and tell me how many characters and where you are currently and all, or that time, this tell and your read will help you a lot, help you a lot. Now, let me work with directories, the folders, the main directory, then subdirectory. Under each subdirectory, there are files. So let us, any doubt from anybody, So if you don't have, let us go ahead. Look at working with the directories. One minute. Okay, there are 20 people are here. Actual strength is 49, the very first day. 30 people are missing. Okay, now I'm just checking. That's it. I don't have any problem. Look, working with the directories in Python primarily involve the operating system module, OS module, and very lately you have got a pathlib module. This module provide functions and objects to interact with the file system, including creating, navigating, listing, removing, and all that stuff. Remember right now, your OS and Shootil modules are more classical, the traditional function-based procedural style return. But pathlib provides an object-oriented way to interact with a file system. So basically, nowadays, all are using pathlib. First thing, it is modern. Second thing, it is object-oriented fashion. And still, even I use OS and Shootil many a times. if it is 1 or 2 line of coding. Okay, first let us work with OS and Shootil module. Shootil module. OS module provide functions to interact with the operating system, thereby file and directory contained in the hardware. Hardware in the hard disk, your file and directory storages are there. In order to interact and read it, write into it, you need to go through a module called OS, operating system. And what about Shootil? Shootil build, it created based, upon OS module and offers high level of operations like copying, moving, deleting entire directory. That means OS is very primitive, but Shootil is highly advanced. But Shootil is built over the OS module. Now let us get into business. How do you get the current working directory? We are currently using OS and Shootil. Okay. How do you get the current working directory? Pretty simple. You import the OS module and tell OS get CWD, current working directory, store it, or you can directly call current working directory. Current working directory, you can write it like this, or if I prefer this way, current working directory is, instead of writing, you simply write this here. Pretty simple. Pretty simple. Look at current working directory. Both will write. Look at currently where I am. I am here. Look at, I am here. I am here. This is my current working directory. So it should print this. This is where I am. Look at here. The 24 file blah 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 25. So let us see whether I get it in this current working directory to 2A. I have written it. Let us see. Yes, beautiful. Look at the current working directory. We have got current working directory using the OS module. Now, how do you change the current working directory? To change the current working directory in Python in OS module is chdr. In the command line, we write cd. For that, in a program, when you write, you need to write OS module. There is a function called change directory, that is chdr function. You call it, it will work. So let us work with it. Look at, there is a program. Let us work this. Let me copy this and put it over here. From here. Okay. Look up, import OS, and look here. What do you mean by chdr dot dot? You will go back one step below, then you write this thing. What is my current working directory? So actually current working directory was this. Look at, when you say chdr and dot dot, it will go into 122 file IO. Let us see. It will work. It will work. There is an error. Okay. Okay. There is this. Let us work with step by step. Okay. I copy this and I put it in a new here, and I write it over here. Look up. Let us write it. It will come to, what is this? what is the current working directory. So let me put this thing here. What is the current working directory? This is the step number 1, and you print the current working directory. Then you change one step back. Then you write your what is the current working directory. Let me do it again. Look at this is Python. This is my current working directory. Then I say one step below, it is giving me this. It is giving me this. Now we are basically here. C colon Gopinathan module 1, this thing, not in advanced. We changed it. Now let us work with to a subdirectory within the current working directory. Look at, you can use another function, the current working directory, and look at this. Let me remove all this step. Let me remove all this step. Look at, look at, there is a, let us go to a particular directory. Change the directory to /data. So this data directory you go, you are telling, hey, directly go to the subfolder data. Okay. Then you tell me where you are. Then you change the directory to the existing directory. I mean, current working directory where we are. Then you tell me where you are. 2 times you are changing. It's 2 times you are changing. It's all pretty simple. First, it will be data folder. Then from the data folder, entirely you are going to our ultimate working directory and print it. Let us see how it will work with that. So there is an error called, it is saying system cannot find, okay, maybe it is, let me put a dot, okay. In the current working directory, there is no data folder because current working directory is this. Here, there is no data folder. Okay, no issue. Now, how do you get it? What I will be doing is to get rid of this problem. I will first go to my own initial current working directory. There you get this data folder. So now you can get rid of the error. But change directory home, blah, blah, blah. What is the problem here? What is the problem here? File name, when system cannot find the path. Okay, I'm sorry. This is your Linux path. Let us change it into your actual path. This is your actual path. I'm sorry. So let me put it like this. Okay, let me or let us keep it that here, and let me put it this, and take a copy of this line, take a copy of this line and make it a command. Oh, sorry, what is the command here? No, okay, this is, and now let us say and OS dot change directory. What is that? Change directory, but there is a problem. It is Windows. So you make it a raw file. You make it a raw file, and okay, now towards the end, you make it your this thing. Now everything is fine. Now nothing will go wrong. You are going back to your original working directory. Remaining in that directory, you go to a subdirectory called data. It is there. Look at this. It is there. Then it will say, I am here. Let us see whether it works. Beautiful. Now, this is your original directory. Now you are in data folder. Under the original working directory, you changed it to data directory. Beautiful. So this is the way it is. Now, how do you write the contents of a directory or a folder? In a folder, you go to a folder, you go to a directory, then how do you check what are all there? What are all contents are there? So there is a method called list dir. In OS module, there is a list dir is there. So it is something like your dir command in command line. So now you see, I put condense is equals to os.listdir. That means in the current working directory, what are all there? You list it out. List it out. Now let me run it. Look, when you run it, it will say, look, all these files are there. All these files, there are so many. All of them are in your data folder, and all these files, all these files, all these files. It is actually writing. Look here, this file is there, this file is there. All the files are there in your current working directory. Mainly, they are in your data folder. Data folder. Now, that is the list command. How do you check if an item is a file or a directory? How do you check whether, look, this is very important. You are not checking whether it is a folder or a directory. You are checking whether you go to a directory and check whether there is files, whether there is directory. How do you do it? It is pretty simple. Look at, there is a file called this text file. Now you are seeing os.path exist this file. So it will check in your current working directory whether there is this file. If it is there, it will say current file exists. First of all, let us see where we are currently. Where we are currently. I want current working directory. Current working directory. Let us say os dot. First you write where you are. Okay, changed the current working directory, the current working directory, that you write it. Then you tell in that directory, current working directory, you print the content. You print the content. Look, it is, look here, let me, it is the same thing. Okay, I remove what is the current working directory. os dot get current working directory. Current working directory is here, data folder. That is the current working directory. In that current working directory, you get all these things. What are they? All look at this is what it is printing. It is printing all these files. It is printing all these files. Now, pretty simple. Now, check if an item is a file or a directory. It is pretty simple. Look up os dot path dot exist and a file, it will say file is existing, else it will say that directory or a file is not there. In our case, this file is there in the current working directory. Look at here. This file is there. This file is there. 04 blah blah blah. That file is there. It is, look here, this file is there. Even though it is empty, no problem, file is there. So it will say, it will exist in the data directory. Oh, it doesn't exist. So let us check where we are. Where we are. Then there is a point in checking it. First, you tell me where you are. Then your file is this. Check whether this file is there in the current working directory. Let us say current working directory. In here, there is no such file called 04 blah 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 blah. Let us check it. Let us check it. In the data directory, okay, this file is lying outside the data directory in the current working directory. That is why it is pretty good. Because if you put it, same file, if you copy this, and if you put in the data folder, it will say, it will exist. It is existing. Now you run it. Both inside the data folder, outside the data folder, I kept it. Now, if you run it, it will say file exist. File exist. Okay. Now, this is most beautiful command. Look at what is the current working directory, and you print all the the file and directories in the current working directory. That I am in data directory. Now look up, you check whether it is a file or a folder. For that thing, you need to get into for loop. For item in os.list directory, you don't need to write it. Okay. And a list. Now it will get all the file and the list. Now in the data directory, all are files. There is no folders or directories are there. If you run it, it will say, look at your current working directory. Your current working directory is data folder, and these are all the files. Now it's all file. It's all file. Now you see. Now you see. Let us say you change directory. Let me say, look at, I am just writing change os dot. Let us go back to one step back. From the data, you come back to original project root, chdir, and you simply say, put this thing, oh, you put this thing, and you put 2 dot, one step back, then you print all these things. It will be a different experience. Look at here, you write a line. Here you write a line. Write a line. Write a line. Okay, print earlier, and if you don't get me correct, you need to tell me. Okay, first you check whether in the data folder, what are the files and directories. You are checking, is a file, is a directory. If it is a directory, you say directory. If it is a file, you say file. So when you run it, look here, in the file, in the data folder, everything is this thing. Now you come look at, it is quite big. So in the the project directory, look at, there are files and directories, both are there. That's simple it is. That simple it is, because I changed. You didn't look here. I changed the directory one step back and say where I am currently and list all the content. Then tell me, you go through in a loop, you go through and check whether a content is a directory or a file. For item in os.listdir, get the first one, check whether it is a file. If it is file, you write file, the name, file name. If it is a directory, you write directory that way. So you can check it in both. You can look here. When you before you go, I will give you time. Don't worry. Look at, when you put the output, it may not fit in this space. So it will truncate and everything will be shown in a text editor. You click on it, you will get everything clear. Here there is no truncation, but here there is a truncation because there is no space to display. So in that case, you always click on the text editor. It will be open in a text editor where you will get all the things. So let us have a break. Let us come after 15 minutes, 15-minute break. Let us come back after 15-minute break. Okay. Thank you. ചായയും കാപ്പിയും ഒന്നും ഇല്ലേ? 10:30. അറബികൾ അടിക്കണ പോലെ അടിക്കുന്ന നിങ്ങളുടെ ഇതുപോലെ ജീവിച്ചാലേ എനിക്ക് പറ്റില്ല. ഒറ്റപ്പെട്ട് പോവും, എന്നാലും കുഴപ്പമില്ല എനിക്ക്. ആ, ഇവരും ഇവന്റെ അച്ഛനും ഇവന്റെ സുനിലൊക്കെ എന്നെ ആക്കിയിട്ടുള്ളതാ. ഇവരൊക്കെ എന്നെ മനസ്സിലായോ? ഇനി ഞാൻ അവർക്ക് കീഴ്പ്പെട്ട് നിൽക്കണമെന്നാ നിങ്ങൾ പറയണേ? നടക്കില്ല മോളെ, നടക്കില്ല. പരസ്യമായിട്ട് പറയാ, നടക്കില്ല അത്. ഇനി നടക്കില്ല. ആര്? വേലുത്തമ്പി ദളവയാ? ഓ, എട്ടായിട്ടുള്ളൂ. കുടുംബം Okay, let us start with. Okay, let us start again. All of you, please come back. Please come back. Hello, are you
Okay,
there?
sir.
Okay, please come back. All of you, please. Our break is over. 15-minute break is over. Now, let me. So that is about the text editor in which you can open the output. If it doesn't fit into your output window, you can get it open in a text editor. Now, code explanation I have given, you can read it. For item in an os.list directory, os.list directory will get all the content. You take one item at a time and check whether it is file. If it is file, you write it is a file, or if it is a directory, you write it is a directory. That's simple. Now, how do you create a directory in a directory, a single directory? Remember, there is a trick. When you say use make dirs, this is the function. You have already written mkdir at the command line, same thing. Make dirs with exist underscore OK is equal to true to avoid the error if the folder exists. When you write it, look at os dot make dir, you write os dot make dir. What is the file? The logs in the current working directory. If you don't specify any path, it will be created this file called logs. This dir logs, and if it existing, if a file is existing or a directory is existing, don't throw error. Exist okay is equals to true, don't throw error. Just ignore it. Now, look here, there is something called magic commands in Jupyter Notebook. Look at magic command means, look, there are different type of magic commands. Let me write one. Magic commands. Let me write one this thing. Here I say ww, I'm sorry, the magic commands. Magic commands. Okay, you magic commands means look, you can write operating system command. Yeah, at the command line, whatever the commands you are running, that you can run it in your Python shell. Let us see. You write pwd. What is the current working directory? What do you write? Look, go to the current work, the command line, I mean the PowerShell, and you write pwd. It will say this is your current working directory where you are currently. That command which you are writing at the command line, that you can write it as a magic command in your Python shell. Let us write it. Let us write it. Look, what you need to do, you put a percentage symbol. You put a percentage symbol and you run it. Look at it. Any OS command, look at here. It is saying this is your current working directory. Now you see, let us write percentage dir, list all the directories. Look, it will say this doesn't exist. Now, let me put a exclamation mark. Let me write dir. Look up. You can, so two type of the commands are there. One with a percentage, that is what we call magic command. And this is the magic command. The magic commands, you put a percentage. Now, what is this? Let me write running Oh, sorry. This is, let me delete and let me put a mark down here and ww, what is that? Running CLI commands, in Jupyter notebook. Look, what do you need to write? You put an exclamation and write your command. Look, let us, let me run this. Okay, then run the, you take any this thing. Let me write it. Look up, it is coming. Now, let us write one more this thing. Okay, not here, not here. Okay, and let us say whether the percentage any, you take any command line commands. Let us take dir cd cd dot. It is now, you check your current working directory percentage, not percent, that is the magic command pwd. It will show you one step down here. This was 25 file IO. Now it is came down. Oh no, this is, you came down 25 file IO because you came down. No, actually it didn't. You came down and let us write percentage, percentage dir command. Okay, now, now it is 25. Actually, it didn't work. It didn't work. It didn't work. Let me put the percentage CD. It is actually, it worked. It worked. It worked. It worked. It worked. So look here. Either you try with the magic command or you put an exclamation. Any operating system command, you can run it here. You can run any operating system command. You can run any operating system command in the Jupyter notebook. That is what. Now come back. Let us put make dir a new folder you create wherever I am. Now let us say, where is my folder it is creating. For that thing, before that, you need to print the current working directory. Current working directory, you need to print it. Let us get our current working directory. Okay, let us get to the current working directory. So you go back and you write current working directory here. And let us put, first you show me where is my, where I am currently. Then you create a folder over there with the name make dir and tell me directory is created. Let us say, let us run it. Look, current working directory is 122 file IO. There is a folder called created. Let me check. Current working directory, there is a folder called, what is that name? My new folder. My new folder. This is here. Okay. So let us go out and check it. Look, this is your current working directory. You created it here. So there is a folder called new file. You were here. You were here. You came back to this folder and created a file. That is what is written here. Okay, now you see. let me work on creating a directory recursively, one inside another, one inside another. You create a directory, one inside another, one inside another, and including the parent directory. How do you create it? Look here. Make dir A inside B, inside C, inside D. Then let me know it. And remember, you are still here in this, where it is in 1 to 2, 1 to 2. Let us write this. Okay, so you will get a fair idea. You are currently here. Inside this, you will get a, B, C, D, one inside another. Let us see. Look up. There here you created it. Inside A, there is B, inside C, inside D. Inside D, nothing. So fairly good. Now that is then renaming and moving file or directory. Rename or move, it is one and the same. When you say rename or move, it is one and the same. Look up. It is pretty simple. Rename requires, it is copying and deleting. Look up. When I say rename this file with this file, 2026, I made this. That simple it is. So the file name is currently this, which I made into this. And my new folder will be your new folder, your new folder. Okay, let me check it. Let me check it. It will throw an error because this file is not there. So let us create a file here with this name. Okay, so we can get rid of this. Under this, I mean, go to your this, under the file, you create a folder called a new file. What is the name? This file. Okay, now you, instead of 26, make it 25, and my new folder will be your new folder. Okay, let us run it again. Look at, um oh, I forgot, I'm sorry. Now you run it, it will run. This file is changed 26 to 25. This become your file. Let us check it. It is your file and this is 25. Okay, now let us go back. Delete file and directory. How do you do that? How do you do that? Pretty simple. Removing an empty directory, these operations are permanent, no recycle bin. Make it very clear, danger. When you are deleting, it is not recyclable. You will never get it back. Unlike when you delete it in this thing, File Explorer, it will ask you, are you sure you want to delete it? Here, there is no such a check. It will forever, it will be deleted. Now you see, let us remove this newly created your file and this text file and this folder. Okay, and your new folder, folders, let us say your new folder removed. Okay, you can say, and this file is also, you can say, if it is removed, you can say here, instead of the directory, you can see file. And what is the file name? 25.txt. It's a file name, and the file name txt removed. That's it. Now let us, what happened here? File. Okay, what happened here? Okay, so let us run it. This file, Mhm. 25. What is the problem here? Access denied. Access denied because you are deleting. So you don't have the permission to do it. This is the problem if it is in PowerShell. Okay, okay. OS dot remove. Okay, you don't have access denied. Okay, let us comment it. Let us comment it. Let me check whether this will work. Your folder is deleted. But what happened to this? Folder is deleted, but the file is not. Let us check it physically whether this folder is not deleted, because oh, I got it. It is actually a file, I mean a folder it is. Okay, let us remove it. Let us delete it. Okay. So anyway, if there is a file, let me create a new text document. Let me say abc.txt, abc.txt, and let us go back and let us write the os.remove, os.remove. Okay, now this is os.remove. This is abc.txt, abc.txt, abc.txt. Let me run it. This I need to, and I got it. When you remove a file, you should use remove command, but the folder is rmdir. Rm means remove directory. Directory, why there is a rm command? Because when you delete a directory, that directory may contain another directory, another file and all. So rm means you remove recursively all the content. File is only a file, so you can remove it. Let us check it. This will throw an error because this is this this let us say there is a look here. There are, let me tell you, let me create three things. There is a looker. There is a folder. Where is our folder? Folder looker. There is a file ABC. There is a folder ABC. There is a folder ABC. There is another folder called A. Inside there is B. Inside there is B. Okay, will do. Let us come back. Look. So there are three type of files. This is a recursive folder. This is a simple folder. This is a file. Let us try to remove all of them. What is the name of the file? abc.txt. That time it is remove command. Now there is a folder, and that folder name is ABC, ABC, abc.txt, ABC folder, and there is a recursive folder. You need to say rm tree. That is recursively you remove A. Before remove A, whatever inside that you remove, and come back and you remove A recursively. That is rm tree, and rmdir is ABC ABC, 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 remove a single directory. A single directory. Now let us run it again. Look, there is the system cannot find the specified abc.txt. So before that, let us check where we are, where we are. So things will be clear. Where we are, okay, where we are. So let us write where we are. We are in file 122 file IO. Is there no such file? They say. Let us check it. And let us check it. Under this, there is file IO. Under this, there is abc.txt is there. Why it is saying ABC not there? Why it is saying why it is saying ABC? Let me check. Let me put. Let me put. Um, let me put. Print. 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 Let me put the content. OS dot list dir. List dir. Okay, so it will be clear. So what I will do, I will comment it for the time being. Let us check what are all the. Let me run it. Look, there is abc. Oh, this is the problem. abc.txt.txt. So let us rename it. Let us first rename it. We can rename it over here. And what is, how do you, OS dot rename, rename, OS dot rename, rename. You can put your file name, and that is this. You put it your source file. Oh, you put your source. Oh, you put your the quote abc dot txt dot txt dot txt dot txt to what we want, abc dot txt, abc dot txt in quote, it is a string. Okay, then first you rename it. First you rename it and show us again. Show us again. Now, once it is confirmed, let us try to remove it. Okay, so currently, look at this is where I am, where there is a file folder called 25 blah 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 and A inside B, then ABC, then there is ABC, which you changed it to abc.txt. Now let us run this. Run this. Okay, run it again, and it is saying the system cannot find ABC because it is removed. Don't run it again. Don't run it again. Okay, because it is error. It is already removed. It is already renamed. You can run it again. Okay. Now let us say look at abc.txt removed. So this works. os.remove. Now let us remove this directory called abc. ABC. Now let us, this file is already removed. It will throw error. It will throw error. So comment it. Now you run it. This file is removed. And so you can, this is removed. Now, finally, there is A inside B, B that let us remove it for that thing, I am using not os dot command, but shootil dot remove tree. You go to A, check whether there is anything new, any folder, go inside, then remove from the beginning and come to last, you remove A. So let us run it. Look, now if you go here, there is no such file. So that is simple it is. So let us go to copy file. Let us go to copy files. Copy files. Copy from one file to another file. And remember, all these things, these files may not be there. So I'm not able to show you all, and I'm not delete all because it's all dangerous command. Now what it is saying, hey, there is a directory called Gopi in the current working directory, and there is a gopi.txt. You copy that thing into a destination.txt in the current working directory. So let us check it. Let us check it. Look at here you are. Here you are. There is a Gobi folder is there. Under the Gobi folder, there is Gobi text. This is my first file. This is file called Gopi, and here I am calling again. Oh, whatever. Okay, save it. Now this file you are calling into destination. Let me delete this to see that it is physically created. Okay, this file gone. Now, first let us say how the copy works. Copy works. Copy. Look here, I comment it. Let us say destination is created. Look up it. No such directory dot gopi. Gopi is here, but that is in data. So what you need to do, we are here. So first let us change os dot change dir. Currently you are in here 122. Let me go to 25. What is that? 25 file IO. Inside there is data folder, or there is the Gopi folder. Okay, so let us say, what is this file name? Just copy this, copy, you rename, just copy this and go to the program and you write, look at, first you change into this folder. Okay, in that folder, you can see this Gopi. So let us run it. Let us run it. Beautiful. So let us go and check whether destination, it is a new file created under this current folder, not in Gopi, in the current folder. Okay, beautiful. Now let us work on shootil. What is this? Copy to. What do you mean by copy to? Preserve the metadata. What do you mean by it? What do you mean by a data? Look here. Let me create a folder. Let me create a folder. Let me create a folder here. Here. Let me create a folder. Where it is creating a folder, or let me create a file. Let me create a file called gobi.txt. It is okay. Here, let me create a file called, let me say, my file dot txt, and I write something. Okay, I write something. Okay, I write something, and I save it. Now this file, now I don't remember the metadata command. Python, the 1 minute, Python to get metadata of metadata of metadata of a file file file. There is a, I forgot, os.stat. os.stat. Okay. Now let us os.stat, os.size. Let us write all these things. Look up. This I am writing for you. Look here. This I copy. Now let me, before that, look up. Before copying, and let me write a code. Let me put this. How to get the metadata of a data file. And look here. Here, let me pay attention here. Pay attention here. There is a file called my file. My file. My file. It is there. Look at here. My file. Okay, this is the file. This file, if you want to see the content, you can say with open, you can say that is my file, my file dot txt, and by default you are reading, it is read, read and as a file. Now let us say the content, or you can directly display, print what, file dot read, read the file dot read, whatever may be the content you display. What you are displaying, that is the data of the file. What is the file? My file. Make it very clear you understood. My file dot txt, let us get the data which it contains. Let us then let us get to the stats, means let us get to the metadata of the file, metadata of the file. What is that? My file. This is not a data, it is metadata. Metadata means the information about the file. What is the file name, what is the size, when it is created, and what is data, the content. Make it very clear you understood. Let us write the content here. This is data, get the data of the file. Look, when I run it, look here, this is the data, this is the metadata. Metadata means what is the size of the file, what is the name of the file, who created, sorry, when created. So make sure you understood the meaning of data and metadata. Data is the content of the file, metadata is the information, data of the data, that is metadata. Now let us get into, now that is the meaning. When you copy gobi.txt into dest.txt, it will copy not only the data, but also the metadata, the timestamp, all that stuff. Now, if you want to see, let us put both. Let us put both. Let us put both. Okay. Instead of the stat here, let us that. Okay. Now you see, let us fire this towards the end. Oh, sorry. let us fire this command towards the end. Look, when you say copy to, it will copy the metadata. Here, the shootil dot copy. What is the test? This is the, you take the metadata, but before that you need to get both. Okay, no problem. You get both these files, metadata first. Metadata first. Okay, now you print it again. You copy this, you copy this. After copying, look, you write the metadata of this. What is that? Dest dest dot. Okay, os dot. Now look here, you first get the statistics of the gob dot txt. Okay, before copying, let us say before copying. Okay, before copying, then you do the copy. Your destination file will also have the that same metadata. So let us run it again. Let us run it again. Let me run it. Look, there is an error. 25 because it is changed. It is changed because you are already there. You are already there. So you don't need to write it. You don't need to. Now you see everything is same. Before copying, this is the metadata of the gobi/gobi.txt. Then you copy to, look here, copy to gobi.txt to destination, dest dot. Then you check with the dest dot whether the same file. So metadata is same. So both are pretty same file. Finally, let us write copy tree. Look, it is simple. You copy tree and give a folder name. Whatever there it is, it will copy into this folder. It will copy into another, copy entire directory tree into another. Let us see whether it is there. What is the name? Dest and dir. Let us run it. Let us run it. And what happened here? Cannot create it. It is already there. So dest dir. Let us under the gopi there is a dest dir. Oh no, under the /gopi // dstdir. Okay, you create this folder into d in. Okay, let us write it over here. Okay, here in the not inside the gopi. Inside the gopi, whatever it is, you create a folder. So we will have this folder like this. Okay, so let us run it. What happened here? Who cannot create a file when it is already existing? Dest dir, where it is? Dest dir. Okay, let me delete this. Okay, now you run it. Now you run it. It will be run. So this folder will be created here. You can see gobi.txt here, and there is a gopi and gobi.txt. So entire directory you can copy it using the command called the shootil.copy tree. Now let us check a file and directory existence. It is pretty simple. Always check if a file or a directory exists before performing operations. So os.path.exist for general checkup. And if you want to particularly check whether it is a file or a directory to precise validation. So look up, you go to .gobi.txt and check whether it exists. Then you can even say os.path.is file under the Gobi, this file is a file. Then if it is, you write it is a file. Then if os.gopi, it is a directory, it will say true. The try, you can write, look up, open config.json, and you open in exclusive mode and write, you put this thing. Look here, if it is this file exclusively created. So let us remove this. Let us remove this config file. Okay, config file, then you are exclusively creating. And if the file exists, I put it in a try and catch, you say it already exists. Now let us run it again. Look, it is file exist and it is a file, blah, blah, blah. If you run it again, this one, if you run it, it will return, it will get into error, but we are properly catching and it will say it is already existing. Look, this file is already existing. Let us run it. Look, config file is already existing. I don't need to exclusively, I don't need to create. So error is properly managed. So now comes the most beautiful and the newly thing called pathlib. It is an object-oriented approach, not the traditional classical procedural style. So all in all, we will be using pathlib. Sometimes we may use OS or a showtail. So give me 1 minute. Don't go anywhere. 1 minute. 1 minute. One minute. 1 minute. Somebody came to my home and sorry, let us, I'm sorry. Now let us work with pathlib. It is a beautiful built-in module provided with a Python 3 point, Python 3. Using pathlib module object-oriented approach. Pathlib module introduced an object called path, which represents a file location, file path, system path, and offer methods for various file operation promoting more intuitive and readable syntax. It is more easy to work with. The PathLib module often provide a more intuitive and there is intuitive path operation, especially for complex scenario. OS module remains the fundamental, widely used for basic directory operation, OS and shuttle. And for a complex operation, we typically use pathlib. And in your machine learning, deep learning and all, we use mostly the pathlib. Getting same thing you are doing with the pathlib. Look up from pathlib, import the path. You create a path object. Look at this path is a class. You created an object. Now you see path dot current working directory. You get your current working directory. You can write it in one line, which is my favorite, and just write instead of all this putting into another variable, just copy that operation here. That simple it is. Now, first of all, let us check what is the current working directory. Look, it will write the current working directory is under 25 file blah blah blah. Both are correct. Both are correct. So this is the object-oriented way. Look, you create a object of the path like in OOPS. Creating an object of file using the path class. Using the path class, then you are seeing path dot current working directory. Path dot current working directory. That's it. Simple it is. Fundamentally, this is the best approach. Now, how do you create? Same thing. Same thing. From the this thing, you get the path class. Inside the path class, you create my new path lib folder. Let us say, and you create a new folder. Look at, you are creating a new folder. What is the name of the folder? My new path lib folder using the path object. Path object. Path object, you have already created it. Then you create an object of the path. Look, two way you created. Here you didn't say anything. You didn't say anything. This is no argument constructor. Here, look, you create a file object, a folder object, and give a name, a string name. Under that name, if you print it, you can say, look, new folder dot make dir exist, okay, is equals to true. If it is existing, don't throw error. Or I mean, then directory new folder, here it is a variable name, object name. What is the folder name? My new path folder existing. Let us run it. First of all, make sure this folder is not existing. First of all, make sure this folder is not existing. My new path. Okay, look here. The new directory, it is existing because you just now created my new path folder. Look, it is just now created. Now you see, if it is existing, it will not throw error because exist okay is equals to true. So nothing will happen. Look, nothing will happen because the file is there. But at the moment, if you say false, then there is a problem. There is a problem. False. There is a problem. Look at, when you are writing it, look at, it will end up in an error. It will throw error. If you don't want to, if the file is not there, don't throw error. So you can make it true. Don't throw error. If the file is already existing. Okay, now my new path, it is already existing. It will not create any error. So here you have got a better control. Now list the content of the directory using path. Using path. Let us say path. You create a path like always, and you get to the current working directory. Now, a current working directory, you take that path, and if you want to print it, you can print it. You can print it. You print the print what f string the current working directory, current working directory that is lookup. It is, what is that? The current, oh, put it in a placeholder, put it in a current working directory. Now you run it, Now you get all the contents in the current working directory dot iter directory. There is a function called iter directory. If you call it, you can iterate one after another. Whatever you are getting, put it in item and print it. So it is a beautiful way of writing the name of all the content of a directory. So let us run it. Let us run it. Look, let us first remove this. Remove this. Let us first print the content of the working directory and the current working directory. Which one it is? 25. 25. What is that? Mhm. That is, your current working directory is this one. This one. What is that? Current working directory is 25.5. The file IO. Under that, lookup. After that, the current working directory dot iter directory. You get one after another. You get all the items and print it. Pretty simple. For loop. So this is the best way of getting using the path lib. The path lib is the best way to work with it. Now, removing an empty directory. Now you have got my new path folder. It is empty directory. First of all, you create a path for this folder. You create a path and put it into a variable, an object, path object. Then you try to the path folder to, you check this thing, it will be path only, path. It will be path lib dot POSIX path. POSIX means Linux file path. POSIX. It is the Linux file path. Now, after that, look here. Folder dot remove, that is the object, dot rmdir, remove directory. Now, if you try to access it again, you will get an error. So this, look at this. This folder will be removed. Look here. Folder will be removed. That folder is removed. It is removed. If you run it again, look up, it will end up in an error because it is already removed. How can you remove it again? That's it. Now, exception handling in file operations. Exception handling in file operation. It is, I didn't talk about exception handling during all of these operations which I did. in file operations. It was deliberate, but whether I say or not, anything and everything you work with the file operations in any language, not only in Python, remember it should be done in a file handling mechanism like a try and accept block. Because anytime there will be IO operation, error may fail for many reasons. File not found, permission denied, disk full, and network unreachable. Common examples of the file exception. It is file not found error, that is, file doesn't exist. The permissible, the insufficient right to read or write a file is a directory error. You are trying to open a directory, but it is a file. File exist error, try to create a file with X mode inclusive, but that is already existing. And there is an OS, general operating system error, like disk is full, you can't write anymore, or memory out of memory and all. And one more thing, if you are not, look up, as a catch-all situation, I didn't write it, you can write it, look up, it is, there is exception for catch-all situation. If any error which you didn't expect, this is what we call catch-all situation, catch-all exception. Exception, I mean generic, general, catch-all, generic, exception, exceptions. Okay. Now, let me give you this. Let us work with a try catch. I made a small change, so I give it this. You can put it in this cell because I made a small change. I made a small change. Sir, can I get code for metadata? Oh, okay, very good. I'm sorry. Let me first give you this code. This is markdown for exception handling. I put one more thing. I will give you metadata. Okay, I'm sorry. Better you asked, and I do thank you. Here, exception. Okay. I'm sorry. Make it this. It will not work. It will not work. I will send it to you again. This markdown, the one which I give you right now, it is, or I can edit. Can I edit it? Better I will copy it again. Okay, take the latest. Now, let me go back to that metadata. It is pretty simple. Look up, where is metadata? Oh, metadata. I will rename. Where is metadata? CLI running magic command metadata. Where is rename, delete directory, copy? Here it is. Metadata. Okay. So let me give you this. This is copying. I made a small time change, and after that, let me give you this also. This is what is actually metadata. Now, so work with the both. It was a fun. Okay, so I give you. Okay, now I'm happy that you are asking a code. Nobody bothers to ask my code because I forgot to give you. I'm sorry. Now let me go back and we are here. Pathlib is very important. Pathlib, because how do you remove that we learned? We are into run it, shift enter. Now look, this is what oh, there is again a problem. Exception, I'm sorry. This is okay. Now it is correct. Instead of earlier, look here, you learn it. I put this. It is not quote. It is this character. This character. Look at this character. So put this character and run it. Shift enter. Look. Now it is proper exception. So try to do it. You do it. If you have got a problem, you need to tell me. If you are confused, here what I said here in the this thing, you need to write instead of this. Look, you need to put that this character. That's it. Now let us go back and let us work with the try and accept. Even though I omitted it, it is a must. Whenever you are working with any file, anytime, anywhere, put it into a try and accept block, whether you don't like it. Whether you don't like it or not, you need to put it into look at this is the way it is. Look at I'm trying, and let me tell you what do you mean by JSON file, because we are trying to work with we will work with the JSON file. Other day I told you this any Jupyter notebook, when you save it, when I say file, save it. Actually, it is saving as a JSON file. What is a JSON file? Make it very clear. JSON means Java script, JavaScript object notation, JavaScript object notation. What does it mean? It means everything. It is putting in a key and a value like a dictionary. That simple it is. So when you open a JSON file, let us create a JSON file. Look, let me create a JSON file. Look, there is my JSON dot JSON file. Look, I can create. Look, it starts with a curly brace like a dictionary, and it is something like a dictionary, but it is a file. Let us say there is a key called name. That is, there is a Gopinathan. That is the, and comma, and there is another key called age. That is an integer. It is 12. Okay, now there is email. There is my email ID. Email. That is, it is a key. And what is the this thing? GK dot at the rate GK dot or GK at the rate gmail.com. Gmail.com. Now you see, this is a very good JSON file. Let us check it. Let us, there is a problem, I see. Okay, I save it and let me run it. Let me run it. Where it is, my JSON. Okay, what is the problem here? What is the problem? Double quote. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Because JSON doesn't understand your single quote. Unlike a dictionary. In dictionary, you can put a double quote or a single quote, but in JSON file, even though it is a key and value, any string should be in double quote, not single quote. I'm sorry, I missed it. I missed it. Okay, now let me write. Oh, 1 minute. Somebody is sending me something. Let me check. 1 minute. Oh, it is Nimi. സ്ത്രീ മരിച്ചു. ലക്ഷ്മി അമ്മാൾ. That Ayer's mother, SP Ayer's mother is expired. Okay, sorry. Now I'm sorry. Okay, one of my. Okay, let us go back. Where are we? Okay. ഇനി എന്തെങ്കിലും എഴുതിക്കോളൂ. Now this is your JSON file. JSON file. Look up. This is the. You may think JSON file. Let us. I will teach you how to load a JSON file, how to read it, how to write. Everything I will teach you in the coming topic. Here itself. Before that, look up. This is the content of the let us a JSON file. It is by and large you will be working with the JSON file, YAML file, text file, and all. JSON file is very important. You should know and remember. It can be nested. Let us say it can be nested. Now there is another key called address, and that is itself is another this thing. What is that? Here you can write that is house number, the house number, house no. Okay, now you write 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, now you write this thing. Here of course there is a comma. Of course there is a comma. What I mean to say, and there is a road. You can say what is the road name. Okay, road name is let us write some road name. Some road name. What is the road name? Any road name. And let us say MG road. MG road. Okay, MG road. MG road. Okay, MG road. So look here. This JSON file, it is nested. There is name is there, age is there, email is there, address is there. An address itself, it is a JSON format, key and a value. Key is address, and there are nested house number and road. So this is the format of a simple JSON file. JSON file basically a text file, very easy to process. But nowadays slowly JSON file people are removing. We are using YAML file, yet another markup language, YAML file. That also I will teach you, even though it is not for you in your syllabus. I'm just teaching you because these are the things currently people are using in the production and all. JSON is there still, but slowly JSON may go as the XML has gone. XML was there, then came JSON, then came YAML, then came Paraquet file. There are many. So old will go, you take the new. That is the whole the play game in IT. Now let us go to this thing. Oh, sorry. Where is our this thing? Look up JSON file. Look up. If you want to read JSON file, and if you want to write JSON file, you need to import the built-in module called JSON. Same way, if you want to read the CSV file, there is a module called CSV. You need to work with it. We will work with it. Likewise, look up, there is a folder, there is a JSON file called lookup. You are trying to read important data, let us say whether this file is there. My JSON, that is what we created. Where is this file? Where is this file? My JSON. Or let us go to this. Is there any JSON file is here? Let me check. JSON. JSON. Yes, it is here. Orders, output. Look at the orders very much. Look here. This is highly complicated JSON file. It is very simple file. If you try to see our own JSON file of the file, what we are handling, look, this is our JSON file. Currently, we are not JSON. I mean, Jupyter Notebook. Jupyter Notebook actually saving as a JSON file. Everywhere people are using JSON format. If you try to open it, look up, you can open it with a notepad. Look up, it is in a JSON format. Look at, it is a JSON format. There is a key and there is a value. And there is a key, cell type, and there are values. So it is a highly complicated. We won't be able to work with this file. Only machine can work with this file. Look at it here. This is the Jupyter Notebook currently you have. Look at it. So let me close this. Okay. Oh, I lost my file. I lost my file. I'm sorry. Okay. Now, so JSON file. Now let us go to this file orders. Okay. Now what I am trying to do, you open a file called, let us say, orders.new. Let us make it orders underscore new. Okay, where it is? It is in Gopi data folder. So let us put it in data folder. There is a file called orders dot underscore new dot that you open. Now this file, you having a shortcut, a file handler called F. Now you tell JSON module to load this JSON file and store it in the content in data. Now, if the data is there, you print it. Print the data. That's it. Now you see, we are working with the try and accept block for file handling errors. So if the file not found error, configuration file missing, using default data, you create a what you call a set, and you create and you print it. It is a set you are creating, an empty set. Now, if there is a permission error, you say access denied, run as an administrator. If there is any JSON decoder error, you say corrupt JSON file or configuration file. If there is any other error, you say some unexpected error happened. I don't know what it is. So let us run it. This file is there. In the data folder, there is a orders.new JSON file. Let us load it. So it is loaded. Look, and the content in a look here, key and value fashion, it is written. Beautiful. Now, let us say file not found error. Instead of this thing, let me write a unknown file. Let me write unknown file. Here, let me comment it. You also write it along with me and make it orders. There is the order file is there? It is there. Order file is already there. Okay. So what we will do, let us say order X. That file is not there. If you try to load it, it is file not found error. I'm creating an empty set. Or you don't need to do all these things. You can simply say the configuration file is missing. Equally, it good. So suppose if you don't write this, let us have the unexpected error. Unexpected error. Look at the file not found error because you are not handling the file not error. So automatically the parent has taken care of it. So that's it. So play with it. Play with it. That's all for best practice. Catch a specific exception first, then go for the general exception that I already discussed. And using a finally for cleanup and housekeeping. If you are not using with, use try finally. Look, I told you because when you are working with, it will try to close it. You don't need to worry. But if you are not using, go for finally. Look, there is a file under the data. There is a data.txt file. If that file is there, you read it, show me the content, and try to read it again. Try to read it again. So if you do it, now you are taking care of file not found permission, JSON. It is not a JSON error. So you can omit it. You can omit it. It is not a JSON related. Okay, then your parent file. And look here, parent file will take care of all this bloody stuff, error stuff. But once you open a file, then there is an error. Look, there are every chances of an error because look here, you are not closing. When you read it, you are trying to read it again. First, let us get what is the error it will throw. It is not throwing an error because it is this file is existing. Let us say file data X, or let us say data N. Data N. That file is not configuration file is missing using the default. Okay. Okay. Let us say if this is not there, this will take care. But remember, when you get, if this file is open and in between anything happens and getting into an error, you don't need to worry. If the file is existing, I mean, keep it open in the finally, it will ensure the file is closed. So always don't get into this, always use with. That is the best way to do it, because if we forgot to close it, with will close it automatically and we are safe. That is the context manager. Okay. Now, file metadata attribute. If you want to get it already, we have discussed anyway, there is a stat command. Look up, there is in using the OS module, you will get the retrieve a file's metadata command. Pretty simple. Let us import OS and data. And this is our file. In the data folder, there is a file called example.txt. You get all the statistics, the metadata of the file, and tell me metadata of the file, that is the heading. You write the size, modified creation time, who accessed last time, when, and what is the file mode, what is the owners, who is the user who opened it, what is the group ID of that user, what is the inode number. This is internally operating system managing every metadata using a concept called inode. That it is. Now you write the data of the file path. Then now you see you are opening that file and reading. If the file is not there, you will end up in this error, but you are taking care. So nothing, you can run it. Look, beautiful. This is the content of the file, file, blah, blah, blah. Who is the user? It is zero. Zero user, because it is not taking the logged in user. That also we can do it. But for the time being, this is the inode, and the data file is lying over here. This is the content of that example.txt. This is data. Let me write it over here. When you write it, this is data. This is metadata. There is already written metadata. But as a comment, I can write it. This is metadata. That is data of the data. What is the data here? Files data, files metadata. So run it, it will work as you wish. Now look here, the more into it. Look at your file is this. If the file exists, you get more information in other fashion. Look up os.path.get size, not using the stats, not using the stats. Here you are explicitly, you get other methods available in os.path, get see time, create time, and modification time, and last access time, and the size created, blah, blah, all that stuff. Whatever we have done, it is here. So you can run it, there is nothing. Permission of the file, whoever is using, whose permission available to read that file. That is, in Microsoft, it is 644, 666, I'm sorry, because file might have changed, that's it. And there is nothing. How to get it? The mode, it is st_mode, and then from the mode, you take -3 from the back, you from the back, -3 position towards the end, that will give you 666, all, that's it. So this is also very useful, and pathlib module, you need to learn it in its entirety, because that is the way we are going to work with it. So introduced in 3.5, pathlib offers an object-oriented approach to the file handling. Benefits: cleaner, more readable than methods. Instead of functions, it is method, because it is object-oriented, and it is a cross-platform by design. That is the beauty of this pathlib. If you develop something on a Windows platform, equally in another platform, it will work without any trouble. That is what we meant by cross-platform. You develop it in Mac OS, and you can run it in Linux, no problem. Equally, you can run it in Windows. So it is platform agnostic. Platform agnostic. Now, let us work with some, look here. There is a line variable and there is a file called, what is the sen of Python? Look here, I didn't teach you sen of Python. Okay, it is very simple. Let me write it over here for you. You can copy it. You can write it along with dot sen of Python. Sen of, it is nothing. Somebody, some gentleman written about Python, some poetry like. What are the functionalities? What are the traits? What are the characteristics of Python as a programming language? That is what we call it a Zen of Python. If you want to see the gentleman who written Zen of Python, there is a library. Import this. Oh, this is Markdown. Okay, this is Markdown. Now let me write it. Import this. Import this. Import this. Is it this? Let me see. Zen of Python. Zen of Python. I don't know. I don't know. Tim Peters. Let me write import and now let me work. This is, it is correct. The Son of Python by Tim Peters. When you import this, you will get the Son of Python. Python is beautiful, is better than ugly, explicit, better than implicit, blah, 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 all that stuff. And this will go on change. People are changing it. Started with the Tim Peters, many people changing it. You can also change it if you wish. This is the module, source code is available, you can change it. Now, change it and use it, okay? Now, let us, Zen of Python is this, that you understood it. Somebody written something about Python. Now, let us work with that too. Look up, create a file. This you have already know. There is a path class. You create an object passing as a string. That is the location, file location. And remember, you can even cut this and you can say file underscore location. Location is equals to this file location. Here you pass, here you are creating an object of the class called path, and this is your object file. Here you put file location, file underscore location. So you created a file. Now if you say file.exist, if this file is the data folder, there is a sen.python.txt. Let us test it. And what is the name? Zen of Python. Zen of Python. This file is already existing. Okay, but it is containing something. So let us work with it. Oh, don't save. Oh, God. No problem. Now, when you create this file location, if the file exists, it will write this thing. The file exists. Then you print a line, that you draw a line. Then you read the text. File dot read text. Encoding is equal to UTF-8. That means this file, you read it as a text file, Unicode, and put the content here and print it. Print it. Now you draw a line. Now you draw a line. Now let us this content what you have got into the file, you write into that file, you write hello from pathlib, you write it. Now you write it, then get the parent of this file, file dot parent, then draw a line. We will discuss all of them. Wait a minute. Now create another folder. Look, this is pretty complex. It is very simple. Look at
Mr.
there
Gopi,
is yes, 1 minute. Yes,
can you
I'm
share the
here.
screen?
I'm sharing my screen. 1 minute. Uh, uh, I'm sharing my screen. Yes. Let me see. I'm sorry, but I need to leave class today because. Okay, no problem, sir. No problem. I'm sorry. I couldn't see it. Better you called me. And no problem. No problem. Okay, you can leave. You can catch it up later. No issue. Thank you. See you other day. Thank you. All right. Now, look here. Look here. We have got half more hour. Look here. At least he bothered to intimate me. And let me look here. This is very peculiar. Look, you are creating first. Look, you are creating a folder called log, a path. You create a path, and look, you are calling the constructor and passing this string. Then whole thing, there is a debug folder dot make dir make directory parent. If the parents is true, exist. If it is not existing, don't throw error. Look, we will check it. Now let us list of the files, that also we will check it iteratively. You can read all this file. Let us work with one by one, because if you write everything, we won't be able to work with it. Let us work with one at a time. One at a time. Let us file. Okay, let us create a file and up to this. Okay, now look here. Let us work the Python. Let us put let us put the content of the file. Let me write, because it is already overwritten. Let me check it whether look up a file created in the data. There is a file we created in the data folder. What is the name? Zen of Python. Okay, content is this. So let us open that file, Zen of Python, and let us put this. Let us put this. Okay, let us put this. Zen of Python. Okay, this you put it, you copy the cell and go to your Zen of Python and remove everything, put it this, save it. Now let us run it again. Look, let us run this again. Where are we? Here we are here. Let us run it again. So it will write the print line. This is printing a line. Let me the file is existing. So let us check it. It is this file. Okay, beautiful. Now let us comment this. Let us comment this. What is that? And let us comment this. Okay, let us comment this. Let us command this read the file. Okay, let it be here. Now let us write, instead of the Zen of Python, you read the content and show it in the, you write it in the here and draw a line. Draw a line. Then you write this thing, it will be overridden. Let us see all. Currently, the content is this. Zen of Python content is this. This will be overwritten. Let us run up to here. Okay, now this is the file and it is the content. Now it is overwritten. Overwritten. Now you see overwritten. Let us check it again. It will be not the Zen of Python, but hello from pathlib, because we have overwritten it. Now let us Zen of Python. Now there is more. Write the content. Why I am a bit worried? This 19. You draw a line. The pathlib module offers. This is why there is 19. Why there is 19? File dot here. It is reading as a text file, Unicode 8. But my worry is, let us see. Okay, now let me read the parent file of that file. Look at file is what? The file is the file is data, the Zen dot, this is the file dot parent, and you print it. Let us print it again. Let us print it again. Let us a data folder, because this is the folder in which your that Zen of Python dot txt is existing. Then look here. Let me delete this. Then only you will understand this. Look at you create log file gone, this also gone. Look at now you create a file. Look at, pay attention here. Even though it is boring, you need to pay attention here. Look here, anything and everything we will be learning from data science is all based on the fundamental and advanced Python programming. If you miss it, then everything will be a hell. Make it very clear. I know why people are losing the tempo, interest, because as we go ahead, it is getting complex. And once your background is weak, then naturally you will lose your interest. That is why people are not coming to the class, because it has got a strength of 49 people. There is hardly 20 people. Okay, now look up. You create a folder, you create a path, a folder inside. There is a debug. That way you create a directory, and parent is true. This log file will be the parent, and if it is existing, don't throw error. Let us run it. It will be recreated. Look, there is a folder called log. Under there is a debug. So you can create recursively folders like this. You are actually creating a parent folder called log. Under debug, under you can write anything you want. Now list, look up, this is very important. How do you list it? Other day, the other time before, earlier we used something else. Look up, for text file in path dot data in the data folder. That is the meaning. In for I in path, you create a path. There is a location called data folder inside globe. Globe, anything ending with a text file. Globe means you search. And if it is there, any text file, you put it in the text file and print it, then draw a line. Let us see, in the data folder, is there any text file? If it is there, it will search, it will write it one by one if it is there. Let us run it again. Look up, it is run. Look here. In the data folder, there are so many txt files are there. Look here. It is writing one by one. So it is pretty simple. In the for I or text file in path slash data, that in the current working directory, there is a subfolder called data. Under that, you search there. What you search? Is there any name, but ending with star means any name dot txt file. If it is there, you please print it. And finally, draw a line. That's it. Even though, let us print that, look here, it is starting with P, starting with P, capital P. Let us see, P hash, P. Let us run it. So it will print. Oh, oh, it is percentage. Percentage P. Let me see. Oh, it will not work. It must be percentage P. You put star here. Sorry, star here. So ending up P. Let me see. Let me clear this. Then let me write it. It is not picking up. It is picking up everything that is anything that is, oh, I have written here, I'm sorry, it is anything. Here I write in P hash, asterisk, P hash. Let me run it. Look here, it is picking up all starting with P. You can write anything you want. Or let me write both because you may use both. Oh, you write both here. Okay, first this you comment it because you can't write both. This you comment it. Comment it. Here you write your asterisk. Here you write P. Okay, so you pick up only the P. You can play around. Now last step, look up, there is a JSON file is there is in this data folder, you look for JSON file or globe JSON file, a JSON file, and print the file. Okay, now let me run it. There is data.movie, movies, orders new output. It is our globe, our globe. This is globe. This is our globe. That is the difference. Now, let me look up. Pathlib module offers an object-oriented approach to the file system handling path, and the path object also have a dot stat method for metadata. Now, recommendation. Pathlib, use the Pathlib for anything you write henceforth. It's more intuitive and less error prone than OS.path. Better you work with Pathlib path than OS.path. Look, there is a Pathlib path. You create this file, then you get the metadata, then you write all other this thing metadata of that file, like size and who the date and time it is, the last modified date and all. You can print it. You can print it. Now comes the last topic and the most important topic. It is very important. We have got half more hour today. So this is the last topic of the file handling, how you work with individual file. This is what you are going to do when you work in data science, machine learning, deep learning. Many a times you need to work with a different type of files. Let us work in a very professional way. Python supports various formats natively and a standard library. Python itself supporting how to work with a file. Apart from it, there are OS module, there is Shootle module, there is Pathlib. That libraries are there, or you can natively work directly. How? Open it, read it, write it, close it that way. And with the context manager also, you can work with it. Python provides robust capability of working with various file formats ranging from text file to structured data like comma separated value, JSON file, XML file, Excel file, YAML file, anything you want. Let us first work with a text file. By the way, what do you mean by a text file? People will ask you, sir, you simply say it is a text file. What do you mean by it? A .txt file is a basic computer file containing plain text, letters, numbers, symbols with no specific formatting. Like you can't do any formatting like bold, italize, image, making it universally readable across any system. Windows, Mac, Linux, using simple program editors like Notepad, text editor, any editors. And the content, Nimi, എന്താ ശബ്ദം? 1 minute, 1 minute. നിമി എന്തോ ശബ്ദം? Okay. Now you see, let us work with a text file. Already you worked it. Already you work with it. But formally, let us, how do you open a text file, read a text file, write a text file, and all. And remember, there are two ways. One, you can natively open or do the operation and close it, which I don't recommend. Let us work with a context manager. So pretty simple. With open your file name and the mode, get the content into, you read it into a variable, write it. So that's all. Reading and writing a lookup. You open a file in the write mode and write this. It will be appended. It will be appended. That simple it is. So you are familiar with the text file processing. Any text file, when I give you, you can open it, you can read it, write into it, and close it. You don't need to close it if it is with context manager. That simple it is. So it's over how to read, write a text file. And by and large, you will be getting text file. So you need to know how to read it, how to write it. Make sure at least you know this content. Always use with, that is recommended. You don't do anything natively, open, close, no, nothing. So this is the way it is. So you are reading this and the content you are writing, then this was the content of the file. Then you replace it with this is a new line of text. So let us open, let us run it and see whether the content has changed. Let us, what is the name of the file? Example, example, example.txt. Yes, oh no, it didn't change it. Example.txt data, there is example.txt. Under the data, oh, this is a new file, new text file, where it is under the data, and where it is new text file, where it is where it is new text file. Okay, so in the new text file, reading from some file, but writing into a new file something, it is overwriting. There was nothing. There was nothing. And if you want to see it again, look up. You can write something more. Something more. Let us write RRR. You now you see, you run it, it will read from this file and show it, but your that file will have this content, new file. That's all. Now this is the very important. And in production, in production, always you will be working with a comma separated value file. Every data will be separated by a comma or a pipe or a tab or a white space. By default, it is a white space. If I didn't tell you any delimiter, if it didn't say any delimiter, it will be white space. Or you put a comma and 1 minute, somebody, 1 minute, give me 1 minute. ഇനി ആരോ അവിടെ ശബ്ദം ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. Sorry. Somebody came to my home. Somebody came to my home. I'm sorry. Look, I'm really sorry for the disturbance. Look, this is the file almost all the time. We will be working with the CSV files, like a text files. So this is very important. Comma separated values are simple text file that stores the tabular data, something like your Excel sheet data, with each line representing a record and the values within the line separated by commas, that is the delimiter, or tab or a pipe, or even a white space. Now, we use .csv extension for comma separated file, and are easily opened by, you can even open any CSV file in your spreadsheet program. What do you mean by spreadsheet program? Spreadsheet programs are nothing but your Excel sheet. Excel sheet is one of the spreadsheet program. There is Google Sheet. There is many Calci from Linux. These are all spreadsheet program. For example, Excel sheet from Microsoft. But variations in the delimiter can cause some issue. So look up, for example, the name, comma, email, comma, city, alias, the name, this is the heading. Name, email, city, everything is separated by a comma. Then what is the data? First record, alias, email is this, and city is New York. Bob example, he's from London. So this is a small time CSV file content. This is the way a CSV comma separated value file content look like. How do you read and write? Let us learn CSV module like your JSON module. If you want to work with any comma separated value files, you need to work with a CSV file, CSV module. Simply import the CSV, work with it. That's it. Comma separated value. Look up, import, look up. If you look at this CSV file format, more or less it is structured tabular data. There is a heading and there are records. Each record is something like a column separated by the comma. That is why we call it a structured the tabular data. Correct? Now, let us work with a CSV file. First, let us get a CSV file. In the data folder, there is a data.csv. Let us check it. Let us check it. Go to data. There is a data.csv. Oh, sheet number 1. Okay, there is only 2 record. Alice, the name and age, Alice Bob. Okay, it is a very small CSV file. No problem. There will be more. Let us take a chocolate dot. Look, this is a very big CSV file. Chocolate, chocolate dot CSV file. It is about chocolate. I don't know. Look here, quite big file. Okay, so this is another comma separated value. Something look like your Excel sheet. Now let us work with and this thing. Now into this file, look at. Let us make it my data file. Let us write my CSV file. Let us create a new file. If it is not there, it will create a new file. And remember, this files, my CSV.csv. You are going to create a file and a new line will be blank. The new line, it is a blank space. Now encoding is text UTF-8. F is the file handler. Then look, you get a CSV. In the CSV module, there is a function called writer. You write this file and create a writer module. Now you write writer a row name and age as the heading, writer dot writer row, you write Alice 30 and Bob, you put it in a list, make it a list. Now you return, then you can read it. Pretty simple. Here you change the name to my CSV, my CSV dot CSV. You read it and everything remains same. Instead of a writer, you are creating a reader and pass your file object handler and you get a reader. Now, a row in a reader for I in reader row, you take one row at a time and write it. That's it. So first let us run it. Look, let us go and physically check whether this folder under the Gopinathan here advanced, there is file and there is 25 and data, there is a file called my CSV. Look here. Let us open it in a notepad or notepad. Look, name, age, Alice, Bob, and you can open it in any editor you want. You can open it with an Excel sheet. It will be open. Look at Excel sheet. Beautiful. So you can create an Excel sheet. You can open it in a notepad plus as a text file. Simple, beautiful. Now look up. This is the way you create where it is. And this is the way you have created a CSV file. Then let us read it. You are reading, look at, you are reading as a, each row is a list. That is the only thing you need to remember. When you read a CSV file, and from a list, you can get the values you learned. You know what is a list. You in a for loop, again, if you want to print it, look at, when you get a list, look here, now you say for column, each column, each column, each column you write. You get a row that you have written. Each row you get the column. Let us write column instead of column. Let us write, it is not a key and a value. It is something, let us say val1, val1, comma, val2. Let us say in enumerate, what is that? Your row. From the each row, you take values into val1 and val2, then you write it, the val, print the val1, let us write the values. What is that? Let us write it, the values. It's all a string. So you can concatenate or simply let us put it into F string. Okay. Here you put your F string. Okay. Put your placeholder twice and you put val1 and the val1 and is quite painful. The val2. Of course, let us put a colon in between. Let us put a colon in between. and you write your val to. All these things I have taught you. The val to. Okay. Now